Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us this evening. Please be seated. I trust everyone had a moment to enjoy our First Nations acknowledgement and art. And tonight, sadly, I just want to recognize a resident of our community. Very often people come regularly to council meetings and we don't always agree, but that's okay. People come and they express their opinions and take a real interest in the community. And I just like to acknowledge with great sadness the passing of Ray Richards, a fellow who's been very involved in the Ambleside and Dundurab area for a very long time. And our hearts go out to his family. So I'd like to call the meeting to order. And first, it's a very short agenda this evening, unusually short, but there we are. Approval of the agenda. Councillor Watt, please.
Hi. I'd like to recommend that the May 13th, 2024 regular council meeting agenda be approved as circulated.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Question, all in favour? Contrary carried. The adoption of the minutes. Councillor Snyder, please.
Yes, I'd like to recommend that the following minutes be adopted as circulated: April 29th, 2024, special, open session, and regular council meetings.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Thank you. Call a question. All in favour? Contrary carried. The item of business tonight, a proposed zoning amendment. Councillor Lambert.
No, it's me.
Oh, sorry.
I know there's
Councillor Snyder.
I know there's a.
I think we're going to have a presentation first.
Thanks, Mayor, Council, members of the public. I do have a short presentation, and the applicant also has a short presentation.
Thanks very much.
Here we go. I think you should be able to see that now. So this report is bringing forward information about a proposed zoning amendment and development variance permit application for 2550 Queens Avenue. And what the application would allow for is to allow the site to be subdivided into two parcels to allow two single-family homes to be built on the site. And just one thing to note is that I'll go through our analysis and rationale in the next couple of slides. This is a bit of an unusual case where we are recommending to council that they deny the application. And that's based on our review of the project, based on consistent criteria that we use when we have subdivision inquiries, noting that there is an option within the council report if council would like to direct staff to proceed with processing the application and bringing forward bylaws and a draft development variance permit. So here you can see the site outlined in purple on the aerial image on the right-hand side of the screen there. It's about 12,000 square feet in size, located within the Dundurab area, currently zoned RS3. It has a one-story house located on the site currently with driveway access from Queens Avenue. Here you can see on the top right of the screen just a schematic diagram showing the proposed subdivision. Because the site doesn't meet the minimum site size to be subdivided, a zoning amendment is needed to the RS3 zone to allow for subdivision. As well, proposed with the application are bylaw variances to vary lot width, front yard setback, and combined side yard setback. And for each site, what's proposed is one single family dwelling, 2 stories plus basement, each with one secondary suite and with driveway access proposed from the rear lane. The table on the bottom just gives a comparison of the two proposed lots against the RS3 zone standards. So for site area, width, front yard, and combined side yard, just noting the requested variances. Just in terms of the staff analysis, typically we look at subdivision inquiries and we do look fairly closely around the site. So we'll look at the immediate block typically or across the street. And if, for instance, subdivision requires a rezoning, we have supported that in a number of cases, and council has in fact approved a number of those examples where the site size is consistent or is in keeping with the lot pattern in the block, even if it still requires an amendment because of site size minimums. But just to note, you can see a little bit of a bigger picture of the surrounding area there with the houses and the lots shown. Houses were built in the 40s and 50s in this neighborhood, with some more modern homes being built. And just noting that there are some lots south of Palmerston Avenue that are smaller in size, but this immediate block is quite consistent in its site size and configuration, and sites across the street are as well. So just for comparison, in the surrounding immediate area within a 100-meter radius, properties range in size from approximately 8,300 square feet up to 18,000 square feet in area. And in terms of frontage, there's a range ranging from 64 feet up to 126 feet in width. So here you can see a rendering that was included with the application, showing the two proposed houses on the lot. And in staff's opinion, these lots would result in a significantly lower site area and width than would be in keeping with the surrounding area and with the RS3 zone. And so that's why, in staff's opinion, in our minds, this wouldn't meet the test of how we typically review these proposals. And then just in terms of relevant policy considerations, the Official Community Plan, or OCP, does have policy 2.1.1 that allows consideration of site-specific examples for subdivision to allow for smaller houses on smaller lots. However, there is also policy 2.1.8, which requires consideration of existing neighborhood context and character when reviewing development applications, and that, in staff's opinion, doesn't meet that criteria in this case, based on how we've treated other sites across the district. If council was to direct staff to process the application and proceed, just a couple of other policies that would be relevant. The application for the houses would be required to meet council's sustainable building policy to achieve higher sustainable energy performance. And then also the project would be required to address the public amenity policy with consideration of a community amenity contribution. In terms of public engagement, the applicant did host a neighborhood meeting in April of last year, and then more recently mailed out a notice to neighbors in the surrounding area within 100 meters of the site. There hasn't been a significant amount of feedback received, and in some cases, in fact, the feedback has been received directly by council, but this just gives a bit of a summary. So within a 100-meter radius of the site, we've received 4 letters in support, 4 letters in opposition. Outside the 100 meters, 5 letters in support and 1 in opposition. This, you can see on the slide, there's a summary of some of the concerns that were received. So to conclude, we are recommending in this case that council deny the application. As in staff's opinion, it would result in lots significantly smaller and narrower than surrounding sites in the immediate area, and generally it doesn't align with the lot pattern in the surrounding area. So thanks, and happy to take any questions, as I said, noting that the applicant does have a presentation as well.
Thanks very much. I'll ask the applicant if they would like to address council, please. Councillor Gambioli.
So, can you just talk about how this, in general terms, differs from, we've done 2 of these types of subdivisions in relatively recently. How does this really differ in general from those 2?
Through the mayor to Councillor Gambioli, I don't have the specific numbers of those 2 other projects right here in front of me, but generally, I think that one of the key differences would be that in those cases, the site size that was being proposed for the 2 subdivided parcels wasn't as significantly different than the base zoning that existed there. There was also there's been a couple of different circumstances. In one case, because the sites were along the zoning border, in that case, because they were so close to the smaller lot RS5 area, council, in fact, changed the zoning of those sites to encompass the RS5 area rather, because it was at the border. And then in another case, it didn't change the zoning of the site, but made a site-specific exception to the zone, but it was less significant than in this case. And in looking at that block, I think that was the one on Palmerston, those 2 resultant lots were generally consistent with the size of the ones in the immediate block. And there's definitely subjectivity here. You could look at a wider area, when we've been typically doing this to be consistent with different property owners, we've looked fairly closely around the site.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Thank you. If I could just impose on you for an introduction and then the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Stephen Peterson. I'm a registered community planner from the Chalmers Foundation, and I'm here to represent the applicant tonight for this subdivision application at 2550 Queens.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson.
So as I said, I'm here to speak in favor of the subdivision application at 2550 Queens, because as part of an effort to seek gentle density through this single-family subdivision. I'd like to address one thing, is just to provide some context to the neighborhood, and that is many of the lots that are on the 2500 block are significantly larger than the minimum lot size required in the zoning bylaw. So the bar is quite high in terms of trying to create a subdivision that both complies with zoning as well as complies with the existing character. But even in this context, where a lot of the lots are larger than the minimum required, there's a lot directly across the street at 2575 Queens that's has a smaller area than than required by the zoning bylaw. And so there already is a precedent within the 100 meter radius directly across the street of a smaller than minimum lot size. And so what we're asking for a variance to the lot area is consistent with the neighborhood character.
Mr. Peterson, sorry, I'm just a little confused.
Sure.
You're showing us 22nd in Queens.
Yes, you're anticipating my next point, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll shut up and listen.
What this shows on the slide is 3 blocks away on the same street. This is a Queens Avenue as well at 22nd. It's the same neighborhood, 3 blocks away from the site, the same RS3 zoning, and there's 50 non-conforming small lots in this cluster along the same street. And so I show this to illustrate that small lots are already part of this neighborhood, and that what we're asking is for a single-family subdivision in a single-family neighborhood that already has smaller lots than envisioned under the current regulations in the RS3 zone. As staff pointed out, there's already a provision in the official community plan that suggests that the district can consider alternate site configurations. And given that there are 50 small lot precedents in the RS3 zone within 3 blocks of the site, I believe that approving this subdivision is consistent with existing single-family neighborhood character. And then, as noted before, even within 100 meters, there is a small lot precedent at 2575 Queens. So, Council, please consider this addition of gentle density. It's a single-family subdivision on a transit route. It's down on the downslope side of Queens, which will hide the massing of the houses, reducing the potential impact to neighborhood character. Also, the lane access and the removal of the driveway on Queens will make for a safer street for pedestrians. So this single-family subdivision addresses the housing crisis in a modest fashion without changing single-family neighborhood character, allowing for single-family lots within the single-family neighborhood on a transit route. So in closing, this is a personal project for a right-sized family home using the gentle density policies that are already in the OCP. I ask, please direct staff to prepare a bylaw for the text amendments required for this subdivision to proceed and respond to the community amenity contribution submission, ideally within the next 3 months. And in closing, please direct staff to waive the public hearing, as this proposal appears to be consistent with the official community plan. Thank you very much.
May I just ask a question? Sorry, the size of the homes you're proposing is how much?
They're 2,200 square feet. right now, and then they'll have a basement. 2,200 square feet with a basement.
Can we go back maybe to our planners? Ms. McGuire, can you just bring that back up? The house plans.
Yeah, sure. Sorry, I'd close it. 1 second. Did you want the one with the rendering?
Well, yes.
Yeah.
But do we have the actual house size numbers on there?
So I guess I should have actually noted this, it's a good point, is that the plans that we currently have would require revision. If council directed us to process the application and bring it back further, there's some technical considerations that would need to be responded to, and so the applicant plans would need to be revised. The square footage that the applicant indicated, 2,200, would be the maximum that would be required permitted for each lot for the 2 subdivided lots, based on the RS3 zoning, because they would be slightly smaller lots they would be smaller lots obviously than they are there now, and so each lot would be allowed to have net square footage of 2,200 square feet plus basement or garage areas, whereas the existing lot would actually have somewhat smaller square footage if it was built as a single house, compared to the combined square footage that you would have on the 2 parcels, because it's a larger site size, so it has a slightly higher floor area allowance.
But a 2,200 square foot single family house is certainly addressing a need for smaller homes. Let's go to members of council. I'm sorry, I don't know who was first. Oh, Peter, sorry, Peter. Councillor Lambert, no?
No.
Okay. Councillor Thompson.
Just one quick question to staff and then to the proponent. So 2,200 square feet plus a suite? I know it's plus a basement and plus a...
Through the mayor to Councillor Thompson, yes. So what you would be permitted to have, the 2,200 square feet, and then if the basement was fully exempt, then that could be a fully exempted suite that was in the basement, so on top of the 2,200 square feet. As well, there's an allowance for garage that is also exempt from square footage.
Oh, okay, so I'm a bit confused. Is this coming forward as 2 single-family dwellings with suites in them?
Correct.
Not if or the basement?
So the suites would be in the basement
Yeah.
level of each house, and
Okay.
so the suites, depending on where they're situated relative to the natural grade, to the average grade calculations, could be fully exempt and on top of the 2,200 square
Okay,
feet.
and then what would that square footage be about?
Well, so if you would do some rough math on that, and they were 1,100 square feet floor plates, then 3,300 plus garage at
Gotcha.
440, so, sorry, 3,740. I think that's right.
Okay.
Just not do math in public. but
That
I
sounds
just did
good
it.
to me. For the builder, actually, I guess where my concerns lie, or questions lie, is with the concerns staff have expressed, what have you actually done to try and appease these? And why haven't you been able to kind of reach that spot where staff would say we would support this?
I think the applicant would be happy to work with staff, and I think we're anticipating some more comments. Is that correct, Doug?
Yes, we've been waiting for comments.
Yeah, we're waiting on comments from the planning department, and the applicant would be happy to respond to those comments to make this more acceptable.
Okay, it just seems a little confusing to me that we're discussing it before there's
Can we clarify
amendments.
that?
Sorry, Ms. McGuire?
Sorry. So in the basic proposal for subdividing this parcel, I think is the issue for staff. With the consistent block pattern in the area, it's about the subdivision, not about the technical review of the houses in this case. There are other options that were raised for the applicant to consider. So, duplex housing is something that can be considered throughout existing residential areas across the district, as well coach houses. And so that was something that was discussed as a potential option here for this lot, but the subdivision itself is the issue for staff's consideration. So that issue wouldn't be resolved through technical review of the plans, but if council directed us to proceed, we would conduct that and move forward.
Okay,
That makes
thank you.
sense. Thank
Yeah.
you. Councillor Gambioli.
So just for the benefit of, I guess, all of us and the public, what would be the next steps if this got through this step then? What's the process from here on, if it were to be successful tonight?
If council directed staff to proceed with the application?
Yes.
So we would provide those comments to the applicant. They would revise the plans to fix any technical issues that were identified related to zoning compliance. And we would continue to consider CAC negotiation, conclude on that, and bring back a report with draft bylaws and a draft development variance permit.
So if council wanted to proceed this
But-
evening, sorry, Councillor.
Sorry, but they're asking for not a public hearing, so there would be a public hearing presumably as part of this process.
That would be at council's discretion.
Yeah.
And that would be, I think, a little bit of a nuance because in staff's mind, based on this other policy direction in the official community plan, there could be a question whether or not we would see it as fully OCP compliant to meet the criteria to have council potentially waive the public hearing. We have done the public hearings in other examples of this type of project, and so that would be up to council to direct staff if that was the way you wanted to go.
Thank you. Councillor Snyder.
Yes, thank you. So, I mean, I guess just a couple of comments. I'm not as distressed about the narrowing of the lots, because as the applicant points out in the 2200 block of Queens, just 3 blocks away, the lots are quite similar. The duplex, I understand is always an option, can be an option in that area. But again, it then turns away from, I mean, I guess duplex can still be considered single-family dwellings, but not as laid out here with can you tell us just a little bit about what, so I know that with the laneway access and the removal of the driveway, there would be obviously the benefit of, I mean, that laneway is in pretty rough shape as it is right now. There would be a pretty significant benefit to the rest of the neighbors who have access to that laneway.
Through the Mayor to Councillor Snyder, the laneway would have to be made up to standards so that sorry, thanks. So you're right that the laneway would have to be made up to standards so that vehicles could access it, and it would remove the driveway on Queens Avenue.
Okay, and by allowing this subdivision, any subsequent built homes would have to be built at the higher standard, correct?
The 2 homes for the
two
2
homes would have
lots,
to be
yes,
built at
they
the
would
higher
have to. They would be required to meet the next step for the BC Energy
Would
step.
that be code 5
Yeah.
then?
That would be either 5, I believe, or 4. I should double check that, but yes.
Okay, great. And I mean, I guess, is it sort of fair to say though that as we know that most of the homes on the area, other than the ones that have already been redeveloped, are aging? I mean, the neighborhood was built 1940 to 1950, so it's not unreasonable to assume that a number of the other homes likely are going to be nearing end of life and needing to be either rebuilt as single-family homes, or this, of course, being an option. And I think that, from my perspective, trying to gently densify areas in an area that is aging as it is now, I don't think this sends a bad example to the rest of the community. Particularly, it is directly on a bus route. It does make it safer for pedestrians because you don't have driveway in and out access. Access would be through the back laneway. And again, that would, I guess, allow potentially for additional traffic to park up on Queens in front of the home for either neighbors, friends, or otherwise sort of thing. So that's just another comment that I had in regards to that. Again, the bus route gentrification. And I was under the impression, I didn't realize that the numbers were 50-50 in the immediate area. Some of the feedback that I got from neighbors through the applicant were that there were a lot more positive attitudes towards the development, because particularly restricting the views from the neighbors above seems to be less of an impact than could otherwise be done if it was built as a new single-family home, correct?
Well, so they'd be allowed to do the same height of building as on the existing lot versus the subdivided lot, so the height of the homes wouldn't be any different in either scenario.
But what about the proposed homes that are being proposed? Are they below the height level?
I would have to check that because, as I said, so far we have sort of
Haven't gotten to that
completed to
part.
this stage, and that would need to be checked through detailed checking of the plans kind of going forward. And the applicant might be able to speak to that if they're proposing a lower height for those two resultant houses.
Right now, it's a bit lower than
A little lower, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to go to Councillor Watt, please.
Yeah, I'm curious as to why the proponent is opposed to a public hearing. Because it seems that of the, 4 or 5 letters of each, it seemed to be an equal split. Is there concern that there will be more in the negative?
Mr. Peterson?
Through your worship, the last mail-out that was conducted just before the meeting tonight had no letters of opposition. I believe that the letters of opposition that were referenced by the staff report occurred in the previous year's consultation and through direct email to council, if I understand correctly. If council believes that the best way to put this forward is through a public hearing, then we'd be delighted to cooperate. But we also understand that housing is important, and we are in a housing crisis, and removal of a public hearing for a project that's believed to be consistent with the official community plan is one way that this process could be simplified and sped up.
Thank you.
So, sorry, I've got a
Councillor
few
Watt,
questions.
thank you.
Yeah, and so the image that we're seeing right now, is that a design? Is that what they're hoping to be the final design?
The proponent is an architect, and
Okay.
and he intends to live in one of the homes when he is done.
Okay. And more of a question for planning right now. So with respect to neighborhood character, in looking at that aerial shot, you can actually go back to where we were, or it doesn't matter. It looks like most of the homes have been recently, certainly updated in the past decade or so. It looks like there are fewer older lots left. Am I correct?
As far as I understand, there are a number of older homes in the area, but there definitely are a number that are more recently built, and some where, in fact, there's building permits, and we would expect to see new houses come forward.
Okay. I guess the only other comment that I would have is where I am leaning more in the direction of staff is I agree we need housing across the municipality, but when you look at this neighborhood, this part of it in particular, which is a few blocks from the smaller lots, it doesn't fit with that neighborhood character. Those are my initial thoughts at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Cassidy.
Forgive me if I'm repeating a question, but what is the size of the current house, please? Square footage.
Off the top of my head, I'm not exactly sure. It's probably in the area of 3,500 square feet.
Okay, 35. The 35 divided by 2 is 1750. All right, so that's my first question. My second question is, you are going to have the entranceway from the lane at the back. So will you be fixing up the entire laneway for all the neighborhood, or will you only be fixing it up to the extent of where you would be culminating the journey at your address?
At this stage, we have a civil engineer involved in the project that I'm assuming will follow in the negotiations.
My understanding is that with the rezoning power and through the subdivision powers, that the municipality would certainly have the right to require the lane to be upgraded.
All right. And I think it was previously touched upon by Councillor Watt. Why are you not putting a duplex in here?
We felt that a duplex was a greater departure from current neighborhood character than having 2 single-family houses.
Okay. So I walked this property, and I was given permission for the current occupants to actually go down the right-hand side, the west side of the property. So there's virtually no wiggle room on the east side of the property between yourselves and the neighbors. And on the west side of the property, there's probably the width of my arm, extended width of my arm, between yourselves and the neighboring property. So you're really cramming these houses in here. And as I said, I walked it, I've thought about it. I do like the fact that the driveway is not going to be coming off of Queens, that you're going to be looking at a more attractive lookout from Queens. But you're really endeavoring to, as I said, take up every square inch of this site. So right now I have the width of my arm at the current house, and you are wanting to put in decidedly larger. So you'd literally be going from corner to corner, east to west.
Councillor Cassidy, I think if they're replacing the home, they'd have to increase the side yard setbacks, wouldn't you, Mr.?
There is no setback.
No,
My arm is that width.
No, the existing home, though, but a new home, Ms. McGuire, I mean, they would have to conform with setback requirements.
There is a proposed variance to the combined side yard setback, so that's one of the proposed variances for the proposal. The two side yards for each parcel would meet the minimum requirement, but there's an additional side yard requirement. It's called the combined side yard requirement that you can distribute between the two sides of a property or put all on one side. And in this case, there's a proposed variance for that.
But if council was of a view that this is worth considering, allowing this subdivision, the architect owner could come back and address these concerns at a subsequent meeting. And right now, this is a really basic question. Will council consider the two lots? There's a lot of work yet to be done. If we say no, they don't do it. If we say yes, then there'd be the work, much more neighborhood input.
There would be one more required public meeting before coming back to council with bylaws and a draft development variance permit. And as you say, there would be further technical revision to the proposal. But noting that these are the requested variances so far, and I guess that could be altered to respond to feedback if that occurred at that stage. But this is what the variances that have been stated that are requested on the screen shown here.
Well, I guess this is an interesting situation because the staff motion is to deny. If council wants to consider, then I think the motion, if there is a majority of the members of council who wish to consider this, that a motion would be to remove the word denied, but the staff be directed to continue working with the applicant and bring it back that way. I mean, we can't approve the variance without the rest of the information.
Yeah, so on page 7 of the staff report, there's an option, and you could obviously augment this, but sorry, I can just read it out, and I think
yes,
Mr. Cook will have that available as well if needed. It's that council directs staff to bring forward proposed bylaws to amend the zoning bylaw and a development variance permit for 2550 Queens for council consideration.
Right. I forgot that was there. Thank you, Councillor Gambioli.
So, right, I mean, how I'm understanding this is that if we do approve this tonight, contrary to staff's recommendation, we are approving the variances, which are variances to...
Ms. McGuire, say no.
No, so the variances would be considered as part of the actual permit that you would be directing us to bring back. And if you wanted to further direct us to work with the applicant and with any sort of specifics in mind, you could obviously do that as well.
Okay, so that's, I guess, the part where I was a bit confused. All right, so we've got a situation where the current residence is 3,500 square feet, and we've got a proposal to divide the lot and have two houses of 3,300 square feet plus garages. So, it's essentially almost doubling the current square footage.
Sorry, I don't think that's right, actually, Councillor Gambioli. Can I ask?
Yeah.
Through the Mayor, Councillor Gambioli, I believe the applicant was indicating what the size of the existing house is. But
right.
So just to sort of for an apples to apples comparison,
yeah.
If the lot was to remain unsubdivided, The square footage, the net square footage, not including the exempted areas that a single house could have,
Right.
is just under 3,600 square feet versus the two houses that could have 22 each, so for a total of 44 in the
36,
subdivide.
but we always don't compare apples and oranges, because I'm always wanting to include everything, which includes the basement.
Which you can't do though, and so, I'm sorry, until you have an actual building permit application, because you haven't done all of that detailed plan check work to kind of understand how much is actually exempt. You can do rough calculations to kind of understand if the full basement was exempt, if you had a garage area.
Okay, but I guess the main point is that the two lots are 50%, one is 50% smaller and one is 68% of the existing zoning. They're much, much smaller. I mean, that's staff's point. Having said that, it's on a bus route, as is pointed out. Okay. All right.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councillor Snyder.
I'd like to put a motion forward. That's okay. I'd like to put a motion forward that recommends that direct staff to review and
7.2
process, as Ms. McGuire indicated, review and process the proposed zoning bylaw amendment and development variance permit for 2550 Queens Avenue, and bring forward a proposed bylaws to amend the zoning bylaw development variance permit for 2550 Queens for council consideration.
Okay.
I'd like to second that. With the query of, in this, should we include that we would require a public hearing? Or is that just?
If council doesn't direct us to proceed to waive, then we would follow the typical process, which would include a public
Okay.
hearing for the zoning amendment.
Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder?
Yep.
Moved and seconded, discussion? Call a question, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, discussion? Sorry, Councillor Gambioli?
None of the movers or seconders have discussion? You've got your thingy on. No, you're good? Okay, so I guess my point is that I'm having a tough time with this, and normally I'm a person who, is not afraid of density. I do agree that we need to have some gentle densification, if we want to call it that. It's a big bonus that it's on a bus route, but for me, the proposed buildings are just way too big, and all the variances are just too large. I would, my impression of the way I read the OCP and the way we want to go is we want to have more smaller places to live on lots. We don't want to have more lots with the biggest volume possible squeezed onto the lot. I don't know. Having said that, the province is leading us in another direction, especially related to lots that are close to public transit. So it's a little tricky, but I think that you're really pushing the envelope here. So I can't be sure of my votes in the future, but I'll go along with this for now.
Thank you, Councillor Gambioli. Councillor Watt?
Just curious if the proponent ever considered a single family with a coach house and a basement suite, or to a duplex, which would look better, and we'd have fewer issues with the side yards. Like, honestly, if you put a duplex on that property, it would look more in keeping with the other homes on the street. Right now, this stands out like a sore thumb.
So just to that, and I don't know the applicant and don't know their process, but I think hearing Councillor Gambioli's comments and the concerns over the side yards and things, if council approves this tonight, they're at least going, right now they're not past stage one. They've got the opportunity to consider this and to reflect on council's comments and come up with a design that would accommodate it and respect the things they've heard tonight. I'm going to go to Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. So I'm happy to support the subdivision, but given the amount of variances, I'd really like to see some progress there and working towards cutting those down. And I can perfectly understand why you'd want to do 2 single-family dwellings with suites. I don't have any problem with that. I think at risk of building teeny tiny houses, we want to maintain quality of life. And we all have these big lifestyles. We're in a recreational haven where we've got so much sports equipment and things like that. And you want people to live out their lives in this building. So I'm not worried about squishing this down to something that just looks like it's anyway. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Snyder. And
Yeah, just quickly, not belaboring the point that Councillor Gambioli brings up, but again, I think that's again a discussion for another day and for the applicant and the staff to work through the buildings per se. The subdivision, I agree with Councillor Thompson that it's the subdivision and the need or the desire for the 2 single-family homes is part of the reason that I support that. Obviously, it sounds like there's going to be some work that's going to have to be done should this proceed, but for those reasons, I fully support it.
okay, Councillor Watt.
Yeah, I was just wondering if Councillor Lambert has any thoughts on this. I'm just curious with your background.
But we'll go to Councillor Cassidy.
Well, I think the applicant is pushing the envelope. This house, as I said, basically extends east to west from one side of the property to the other. I could walk down the side of the house on the east side, but it was a very, very narrow strip down the side. And then on the west side, as I said to you, it was the width of my body to the end of my fingertips. And so I do think you're pushing the envelope. You could have a gorgeous house there, a nice big fat price tag, because it does have a beautiful home. So I'm not really sure, other than the financial justification of why you would, which usually is the motivating factor of why most people do anything in this life. But I'm going to be going with staff's recommendation because I want to respect the houses that are currently there, which are by and large very new homes. And no, it's a small house on a small lot, east-west, and you are wanting to cram in. I mean, you'll be able to probably put your hand out the window and exchange a bar of soap between the bathrooms. And we frequently comment about the area, which, by the way, I do love, which the area down by the P&E, which the very small lots and the houses that were built down there, 33-foot lots. But no, I don't think that's what people are wanting in West Vancouver, and I don't think people along your side of the street would be wanting it either. That's my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Any further discussion? We have a motion. Can I call a question? All those in favor? Contrary? The motion is carried. Thank you. The consent agenda items, Councillor Gambioli.
Right. I will recommend that the consent agenda items as written be approved.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Councillor Cassidy? Thank you. Any discussion? I'll call a question. All in favor? Contrary, carried. There is no other items this evening. Council reports. I think Councillor Cassidy, you will give us an update.
Yes, thank you very much. So I had the pleasure of, on Thursday, of being a guest at Bubbles and Brunch, which was held at the Capilano Golf Club in aid of supporting women on the North Shore Family Services. It was a sold-out event. It was delightful, sold out, essentially totally female event, and it was delightful to see a sector of the community, whether it's West Van, North Van, or whatever community, which was comprised of younger women who definitely saw this as a cause that they wanted to throw their emotional and financial weight behind. The luncheon raised $250,000 for the cause. And as I said, everybody had a wonderful time. So to those individuals who organized it and those individuals who attended it, I say thank you very much. And then on Saturday, I had the pleasure of, well, it was a pleasure, the Lighthouse Preservation Society, which maintains the grounds, a volunteer organization which maintains the grounds, obviously, of Lighthouse and the Caulfield Cove area. So I volunteered to go and do a broom pull, which was quite the event, and run by Sally McDermott and Dave Broughton, again of the Lighthouse Preservation Society. And together with these individuals, there's a group called the Vancouver Climbers Association who joined in, and they did so as a way of saying thank you to West Vancouverites for being able to come and climb in our various parks. It was an inordinate amount of broom that we collected. It was a great day. And I want to say it was a great day for all those individuals out there in our community who may feel in so far no sort of social link or may feel at this point in time disassociated from the community. I say get out and volunteer. I was with a group of 6, only one of whom I knew, and we worked together as a team. And I'll tell you, by the end of our time there, our 3 hours, we could have all gone out and had a great lunch and a good laugh. So get out and volunteer. It really will make you feel good about yourself, and you'll give back to your community. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cassidy. Councillor Thompson.
Yeah, well, speaking of volunteers, we had 7 very bright young citizens from our Youth Advisory Committee come and present and hold a mock council meeting here last Tuesday. And I have to say their professionalism and maturity was really impressive. And they actually went on to give council a lot of insights into what they would like to see in the community and areas that they could see improvement on. So that was really delightful. And after that, we hosted a youth appreciation awards where we gave out almost 200 awards to a bunch of young youth leaders who are being very productive and volunteering their time in our community. It was really inspiring.
Thank you. Councillor Watt.
Yeah. So I learned how to lawn bowl on Saturday afternoon. I was there with Mayor Sager, who already knew how, and Councillor Snyder. So that was the 90th anniversary of the Lawn Bowling Club. And I would say if you haven't tried it, you should get on out and check that out. And also I just want to announce that on May 29th from 5:30 to 8:30, there's the Taste in the Bay in Horseshoe Bay, which has not been around for the last 5 years due to COVID and I suppose the construction of the park. So tickets are available at the Community Centre, Glen Eagles, Blend's Coffee Shop, and Trolls. $30 an adult, $15 a child. You should come on out. It's always really well received and a great opportunity to get to know the business owners and to see the community.
Thanks, Councillor Watt. We look forward to that event. Could I have a motion to receive the reports from Mayor and Council, Councillor Snyder? Or Councillor Lambert? Councillor Snyder.
Sorry. Yes, I will recommend that the oral reports from mayor and councillors be received for information.
Thank you, Councillor Lambert. Discussion, question, all in favor, contrary carried. I don't see any members of the public looking for questions. Oh, sorry.
Ryan Yada or Ryan Fada, which is not this young man here, so I guess we have.
Oh. You don't have a question, sir? You're joining us right to the bitter end.
Yeah, I do. What is that? Section 10?
Yes.
Okay.
Is that you, Mr. Yada?
Yeah.
If you can have a seat up here, please.
We were about to close the meeting. We didn't know you were there.
How do you guys move fast there all of a sudden?
No, we're moving really slow tonight, actually.
Okay. I thought we were on number 4.
No.
Okay. Yeah, long-term resident and first-time attendee here, so.
Well, welcome.
I just have a question then. It's regarding the new water mains that are being installed, and just wondering if anyone here could confirm. I was talking to the construction guys on my street.
Whereabouts, sir?
I don't want to disclose my address, maybe publicly, but I know
Okay.
there's a lot of construction on 15th,
Well, those are hydro lines.
Hollyburn.
That's hydro.
My understanding was it was hydro, and then they ripped up the road again, and now they're putting in water.
No, the work that's underway right now is hydro.
Okay, well, then my street's stone, there's Stone Crescent and Stone Court, if that helps.
That, okay, different location. Oh, I
Okay,
see.
yeah, it's fine, I won't put my address on here. But, so I was talking to the construction workers, and they've informed me that the existing pipes are made of asbestos cement. And so the new ones are going in, I guess, because of health concerns. And I just wanted to know if anyone knows about this and why we weren't informed as residents.
Sir, I think you're giving us all news we don't know, but but we will certainly find out and inform you fully. So rather than follow up on a public forum, because this
Sure.
is broadcast, if you could just stay after the meeting for a moment.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
No other questions? Motion to adjourn, Councillor Watt. Oh, sorry, Councillor Cassidy.
What this gentleman's had to say, I'm extremely familiar with that neighborhood and that street, and they are tearing up the entire street and have been at it for what, 6 weeks, 2 months, 3 months? Yes, and nobody in the neighborhood was informed as to the nature of the work?
We were informed as in terms of like the staging, but not the reason.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, we'll follow up on this discussion. Let's close the meeting and then we can get some more details. Councillor Watt.
I'd like to recommend that the May 13th, 2024 council meeting be adjourned.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson.
Second.
All in favor? Contrary carried. And sir, if you just want to wait.